Research moves the world forward. It helps businesses create more value and enables us to solve the greatest societal challenges we face. Through 80 years, BI faculty have delivered relevant and valuable knowledge.
Vi lever lenger, helseutfordringene mer sammensatte, og forventningene våre til helse og omsorg øker og øker.
Helsetjenesten står overfor alvorlige utfordringer med å få tak i nok og riktig personell. Vi jobber med hvordan helsetjenesten kan organisere seg smartere og digitalisere, og ikke minst samhandle bedre med private virksomheter som har nye teknologiske løsninger.
Spesielt skal vi inn i flere nye bygg. Her har vi hatt nytte av samarbeid med professor Per Ingvar Olsen, som har gitt oss metodikk for hvordan jobbe med organisasjonsutvikling systematisk. Dette har ført til flere konkrete prosjekter for oss og hjulpet oss inn i planer for hvordan vi skal innrette oss i nye bygg. Det er blant annet nytt sikkerhetspsykiatrisk bygg, hvordan det skal organiseres, hvordan organisasjonskartet skal se ut. og hvordan vi skal plassere funksjoner inn i nye store bygg vi skal ha på Aker.
I snart 30 år har Norsk kundebarometer målt hvilke bedrifter som har de mest fornøyde og minst fornøyde kundene. Prosjektet har virkelig satt kundetilfredshet på kartet, og det er utrolig gøy å se hvor mange bedrifter som bruker dette som verktøy for å forbedre sin leveranse overfor kundene.
I Vinmonopolet er vi opptatt av hva kunden mener om oss, og derfor har vi også fulgt med på Norsk kundebarometer i alle år. Vi er så heldige at vi har stort sett ligget høyt og i toppen, men i fjor toppet vi Norsk kundebarometer for første gang. Og det er den beste bekreftelsen vi kan få på at vi mener at vi gjør noe riktig, når kundene viser at de setter sånn pris på oss.
Vår rolle er å bidra med forskningsbasert kunnskap som fremmer utvikling og innovasjon i næringen. Og det som står høyest på agendaen nå er selvsagt omstillingen til det grønne skiftet. Byggenæringen er en viktig bidragsyter til klimagassutslipp, og i den forbindelse så er det viktig at det skapes ny forskningsbasert kunnskap om hvordan disse klimaavtrykkene kan reduseres.
Og vi i OBOS er utrolig glad for det gode samarbeidet vi har hatt med BI gjennom mange år, som en utrolig viktig del av det å bygge kunnskap og samhandle i vår næring. Den rollen BI har tatt i å være med å realisere Construction City som næringsklynge. Vi har som ambisjon gjennom klyngen og gjennom det bygget vi står i nå, å sørge for å jobbe med en mer effektiv og produktiv næring, en mer kompetent og attraktiv næring, der vi skal tiltrekke de beste hjernene til å jobbe med de beste prosjektene, og ikke minst også igjen bidra til den grønne omstillingen av samfunnet, der byggenæringen spiller en utrolig viktig rolle.
We're proud of the important work our faculty do and of their close collaboration with business and society. Looking ahead to the next 80 years, we will continue contributing to a better and more sustainable future.
Dear colleagues, students, and esteemed guests, good morning, everyone. On behalf of BI Norwegian Business School, I'm honored and happy to welcome all of you to our school's very first Research Day. Much like the film you just saw, today is a day celebrating and showcasing BI's accomplishments and impact as a research institution. Through 8 decades, since our founding in 1943, BI has grown into one of Europe's leading business schools. Through the years, we have also developed our capability to produce research of the highest quality and standards. Research that influences policymaking, thinking, innovation, and business practices. Research with true and lasting societal impact. Today, we have put together a packed program for you. We will honor our newly appointed full professors, as well as recent PhD candidates. We will hear from the Chief Executive of the Norwegian Research Council. We will also have inspiring and thought-provoking lectures, both from our own faculty and other world-class international researchers. Not to forget, I will reveal this year's recipient of the BI Research Award. But first, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for something truly special. Something that has only happened in a select few times in BI's 80 years history. Until today, BI currently has 15 honorary doctorates. By offering these recognitions, we wish to acknowledge individuals who have a profound impact in their discipline and in their field. People who inspire our researchers and our students. People who push boundaries and help them move the world forward. Today, BI will inaugurate 3 new honorary doctorates. To set the tone for this special moment, I am joined on stage by one of Norway's most recognized classical musicians, the wonderfully talented Sissel Valstad from the Norwegian Radio Orchestra. Please, a warm applause for Sissel. And now, I want to please welcome the president of BI, Karen Spence, joined by Professor Nicholas Blum, and the president of the Norwegian Football Federation, Lise Klaveness.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, I'm so happy to be here for the first ever BI Research Day. Although I will have to say, we're working 9 to 5, doing research every minute. I'll leave it there. Thank you all for joining us here today to celebrate and acknowledge great colleagues and great scientific achievements. It's a great pleasure for me to open today's honorary doctorate conferment ceremony. The conferral of an honorary degree is a tradition where we recognize people who have made a distinguished contribution through their work, academic development, and leadership. Today, I am very proud to welcome 3 individuals to the BI family, to our BI, who have all been an inspiration for their peers, showed leadership, as well as exceptional professional and academic standards and achievements. With that said, it is time for me to introduce today's first honorary doctorate. Our first honorary doctorate goes to Catherine E. Spears, who is the Domenico de Sol Professor of Law at the Harvard Law School and President Emeriti of the American Law and Economics Association. She is truly an interdisciplinary researcher, having worked in fields ranging from law to economics to management and strategy. Her research interests include the economics of litigation, contracts, tort law, antitrust, and business organization. With BI's recent launch of the bachelor and master's programs in law, Catherine is a role model and a source of inspiration for both faculty and students, as well as the wider international academic community. We are truly happy to welcome her as an honorary doctorate here at BI. Now, sadly, Catherine was prevented from joining us in person here today due to illness. However, I know that she is eager to come to BI and visit us as soon as possible. In the meantime, please take a look at this digital greeting that Catherine recorded for us. Please.
Thank you for this great honor. I am deeply grateful and humbled for your recognition of my research contributions to law and economics. I'm also very sad that I'm not able to be with you in person to participate in today's events and festivities and to celebrate the many decades of world-class research at your university. My own research focuses on the economics of lawsuits and the societal impact of litigation and settlement. Litigation is a business, and economics and finance provide tools and frameworks for organizing, financing, and running lawsuits. A lawsuit is a risky financial asset, and as with other financial assets, lawsuits can be bought and sold. First, when a lawsuit settles out of court, the owner of the lawsuit is effectively selling their lawsuit to the other side. And as with other asset sales, out-of-court settlement contracts can involve some sophisticated financial issues. Second, when legally permitted, lawsuits can attract outside investors who invest in portfolios of lawsuits. This raises an important question. What is the societal impact of all of this financial maneuvering surrounding lawsuits? There are legitimate concerns. Litigation is expensive, and the risk of frivolous lawsuits raise the cost of doing business and distract managers of firms from their main lines of business. On the other hand, litigation provides access to justice. For example, an inventor or the holder of IP can get paid for their inventions, and this can stimulate innovation. I am so looking forward to the future and visiting with you there when I can give a proper lecture on my research and meet with the law and economics faculties, and also learn more about your exciting initiatives integrating law and economics. Thank you again for this great honor.
Now, our second honorary doctor was in fact nominated by our students. And without further ado, I would like to please welcome Lise Klaveness to the podium, accompanied by Ibn Alexander Nesset from our student organization BISO. Please. Lise is a lawyer, a former judge, and an international football player. Today, she is the president of the Norwegian Football Federation. As a football player, or soccer player, she has represented the national team on 73 occasions and won several awards, including Player and Goal Scorer of the Year. After studying to become a lawyer, she has worked for the law firm Hjort and the Central Bank of Norway, as well as the Oslo District Court. As the leader of the Norwegian Football Federation, Lise has promoted human rights and equal opportunities for everyone. And that has really made an impact and left a very strong impression on us. Last year, she made headlines across the world after advocating for change during the FIFA Congress in Qatar. Lise has shown strong leadership, courage in the face of adversity, and inspired generations of people to talk about social responsibility and respect for diversity. We are all proud to call her an honorary doctorate of BI. And with this, I'm presenting the honorary doctorate diploma to Lise Klaveness. Finally, it is time to welcome Professor Nicholas Bloom to the podium, accompanied by Øyvind Nordli, Professor and Head of the Department of Finance. So if you can manage to find a way out of that bench, and please join me here up front. Professor Nick Bloom is the William Eberly Professor of Economics at Stanford University. His research focuses on working from home, that sounds familiar, management practices, and uncertainty. He is a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and the recipient of the Guggenheim and Sloan Fellowships, the Frisch Medal, and the National Science Foundation's Career Award. Nick is recognized as one of the world's most distinguished economics in the field of macroeconomics and has made outstanding contributions to the field of management and its impact on society. Bridging these two very different fields of research while making breakthrough contributions to each of them is extremely rare for an academic. And it perfectly illustrates why he is worthy as a recipient of BI's honorary doctorate. With that said, please accept this diploma as a recognition and a proof of your doctorate here at BI. Dear Lise, Nick, and Catherine, you worked more than 9 to 5, that's for sure. Thank you so much for accepting these honorary doctorates. Thank you. We are proud and excited to welcome you to the BI family, to be one of our BI. Just as our faculty and students have connected with you and your work through the years, we hope that this recognition will help reinforce that connection and allow us to collaborate and work even more together in the years to come. I look forward to talking more with you and, of course, enjoying the lectures you have prepared for us later today. Everyone, one more round of applause for our new honorary doctorates. Now let's enjoy some more music from our wonderful solo harpist, Sissel Walstad, please.
Wow, such a special moment. We are so happy to have BI create this lifelong connection with Nicholas, Katrine, and Lisa. And congratulations to all three of you becoming BI 16, 17, and 18 honorary doctorates. And please, everyone, one more applause for excellent Sissel Valstad and her solo harp. So now, after honoring our new doctorates, it's time to honor our own faculty, specifically the professors of BI Norwegian Business School. Our professors, they are essential for BI's success. They serve as the backbone of the academic community, imparting specialized knowledge and expertise to students, thereby fostering a rich learning environment. Additionally, they play a pivotal role in conducting valuable research, advancing the knowledge in their respective fields, and through that, enhancing the institution's reputation and standing within the academic world. Finally, our professors' mentorship and guidance also help shape students' critical thinking skills, preparing them for their future careers and fostering a culture of intellectual curiosity. In other words, these colleagues deserve a lot of credit. With that said, we have put together a little film to recognize our newly appointed professors who haven't yet had the opportunity to receive any formal official recognition for their efforts. Have a look at this. Becoming a professor is one of the highest ranks an academic can achieve. Through years of hard work, BI's newly appointed professors have developed their expertise. Based on their research and scientific achievements, they have been evaluating according to the highest standards. Through rigorous work and devotion, they have persevered, solidifying BI's positioning as a leading European research institution. In their own unique ways, they all contribute to creating better ways of doing business, tangible improvements in society, and a more responsible future. Congratulations to all newly appointed professors at BI. Wow, congratulations to all. Next up, it's the time for one of the most important recognitions a faculty member can receive at BI, namely the BI Research Award. Shouldn't have a film spilling? Okay. Okay. The BI Research Award recognizes researchers who have published outstanding research, as well as stimulated and strengthened their own academic community through creating an environment promoting great research. To be considered, candidates must have a solid academic reputation, status, significance in the professional field, both nationally and internationally. And first of all, I have to say this. Selecting a worthy recipient for the award this year has not been easy. However, our excellent award committee eventually did manage to come up with a well-deserving winner. On that note, I would first like to thank the committee members for their excellent work. Bianca Bersma, Tore Ellingsen, and Espen Moen. Okay, this year's recipient of the BI Research Award is a senior researcher with an international outlook and reputation. As a researcher, he covers an unusual broad range of topics, including data sources, research methodologies. Yet, as the committee notes, his work is always deep and careful. His research consistently studies questions of strong practitioner interest, applying relevant theories and first-rate empirical analysis to credibly answer the questions he poses. Echoing one of the nominations, the committee were particularly impressed with the winner's exploration of customer behavior in the context of service interactions, its analysis of the transformative effects of digitalization on businesses, and his exploration of the role that customer satisfaction plays in nurturing enduring relationships. Additionally, he is also the former editor-in-chief of the Journal of Business Research, and last year, after previously becoming the first ever non-American president of their academic council, he was also invited to join the American Marketing Association's Board of Directors. At BI, he is a research professor at the Department of Marketing. Please give a warm applause to the winner of this year's BI Research Award, Anish Gustafsson.
Thank you.
And for the photo.
Not sure what to say. Thank you so much. I'm sort of deeply moved. I like to have all the words to read to my wife later on. I'm sure she won't like it a lot, but thank you so much. I haven't really prepared much of a speech here. I have a lecture later on, but yeah. Thank you for being amazing colleagues.
Okay, congratulations to Anders, such a worthy winner indeed.
Thank you.
And now it's time to turn our attention to the people that will follow in the footsteps of Anders and of the other experienced faculty members. I'm of course talking about our school's great PhD program and the excellent research it produces. And to take care of this important task, please give a warm welcome to BI's Dean of Research and Dean PhD, Professor Luc Warlop.
Thank you, Harold. There's good reason for honoring our PhD students at this Research Day. PhD students deliver the fuel and the energy to every research department. They come in with curiosity and with new and out-of-the-box questions. They inspire and challenge their mentors and supervisors to think differently and to stretch their own boundaries. Also, if research is not only inspiration but also transpiration, yes, the PhD students also deliver the transpiration, the hard work of gathering and crunching data. So we're very thankful that we have the PhD students. We would be not much without them. For me personally, being able to work with PhD candidates has been and continues to be the most rewarding thing that I've ever done in my career. And I think most of my colleagues would agree. Having a well-functioning PhD program is part of BI's contribution to society. We train the next generation of academic researchers and educators in our fields. And without PhD programs and our PhD program, there would be no next generation. It's also a big part of BI's identity. We can differentiate ourselves in the academic landscape with the high quality of our research, and the PhD students are a major contributor to that. The quality of our program and the good reputation it brings to BI is reflected in the quality of the institutions that recruit our PhD students. And in a few minutes, you will see a list of our best placements on the screen. So we train our PhD students for the world. After spending so many years with us, we let them go. That's natural. It's necessary. We want them to spread the good reputation of BI, their alma mater, elsewhere in the world and in the country. But that doesn't mean that we forget who they are. We don't forget their work, we don't forget their achievements and their contribution to BI. So to honor our PhD candidates and remind us of their journey, the communication team put together a short film honoring the most recent cohorts of PhD graduates at BI. So I hope you will enjoy it. It should appear on the screen.
Thank you very much, Luke, for a worthy tribute to our excellent PhD candidates. Moving on, throughout this event, we will hear more from both of Anish and our honorary doctorates. But before we head out for some well-deserved lunch, we have one more highlight for you. As you know, one of our honorary doctorates was nominated by our own students. And to introduce her properly, please give a big hand to Iben Alexander Nesse from BI student organization BISO.
Thank you, Harald, and thank you all for being here. On behalf of BI student organization, BISO, I'm honored and happy to introduce BI's first honorary doctorate. As an advocate for human rights, transparency, and equal rights for everyone, Lisa Klalmes is an inspiration for every BI student and everyone else for that matter. Last year, she made headlines across the world when she called out FIFA's failure to protect immigrant workers and respect human rights. And if you've paid attention to the news recently, you might have noticed that she has stopped, or has not stopped, shying away from criticizing FIFA. After the news about Saudi Arabia being given the World Cup in 2034, the student at BI would not think of anyone that deserved this honor more than her. We hope that by receiving this honorary doctorate, it will help her to stay even more motivated and inspired to keep on fighting for a better, more fair, and equal game. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Lisa Klaveness.
Thank you so much, Bisu and Iben, for those inspiring words, and also for giving me this amazing title. And going back to the Cape, I told Nicholas that I worked as a judge before, and also going, like Catherine talked about, to litigate and go. I was a court lawyer, and to bring on the Cape, it felt me safe. And now I'm back again. And in football business, it's only chaos, and now I feel I can rise, sit, appeal, go somewhere else. So thank you. It's an honor, and I'm going to use it for what you said, because I sometimes think it's a bit difficult to take recognition. It's not my strength. I get a bit, but I'm going to use it for what you said. Be strong and feel that we have a connection to the next generation. And that made me very proud. So thank you for those words. Let me start with the love of my life, the orange ball, the winter ball. It was not like this, but we don't have the sponsor Select in the federation, so I had to take this picture. But my first love in life was the orange ball. I started a bit late to play football, but when I started, it became an obsession very fast. It started by my dad. I saw that he did not think I was that good. I hadn't played either, but then it started with a very desire to make him proud. I was a bit hurt to see that he didn't think that I was good. And he said always, you have to juggle with control. Triksetid med kontroll. That was the mantra, that I had to juggle the ball, left, right, 10 with control. So that's where it started. And that first summer, of course, the good thing about juggling, you know what juggling is? You get progress very fast if you spend time with it. So it was also something I very fast became good at. And it was also a very measurable and safe place to be when I was youth. Going into a distressful time of being youth, when your childhood room dissolves and you go over in a different stage. I think that was also part of it, because I became really obsessed. So I took the ball everywhere, to bed, to the bathroom when I brushed my teeth, to my confirmation. You know what that is? Norwegians for sure knows it, with bunad like this almost, and the ball under my arm, and nobody thought it was charming then. Now it's a fun story. To the funeral of my grandfather, and under the desk at school. So it was really, and I was big, so it was really an obsession. Sometimes I think it's also because, those days I didn't fall in love with boys at school. Not girls either, for that matter. I thought later it just was the selection of boys being very bad. But now when I have my wife here, I should say that it's something else, I guess. But that was always reminded me that football is so much bigger than sport. To have activity, to have safe places when you go through this stressful time, so that being your own identity or external distress. Later, I became a national team player. My big goals at the first year was to juggle it from home to school without dropping into the ground. That was the only thing I cared about in life, I would say, back then. And I wrote diaries, please, God, and I didn't even believe in God, but it was like, I have to make it. And on the west coast of Norway, it's very steepy. So it was very difficult to juggle from home to school. And when I lost it, I had to go back to where I dropped it. So it took hours, and I was late every day. So that's why you said, Nicholas, before today, the Norwegian are always on time. I think my wife can confirm that. Not all Norwegians. And it took hours. But it was where it started. So my interest came from the ball and later to the game, and I became captain and a leader of the team. And I was then, years after, very interested in bringing other people up and being a good teammate. But it took years, and now it's the societal meaning of football that has really is obsessing me. The strength of using football and the chance of abusing football in the world. Later, I became a judge and a lawyer and a mother of three. I have 3 boys. Nicholas has also 3 girls, so we discussed it before we came in today. And stereotypically, I would have 3 very football-interested boys, and he would have girls that maybe would do something else. But your daughters play, and you took picture of me and want to send it home. And my sons, they couldn't care less. And I have a 10-year-old son, and he hates football. And now he started to play handball. It's to me, some weeks ago he was staying at the Players Hotel because I stay with the national teams, the both men and women national team when they are playing in Norway and abroad. I stay with them, and we stayed at Store with the men's national team. And I tried to keep, and I also had my kids there and Ingrid as well. And I try to keep the kids away from the boys and the girls because they're at work. But sometimes I miss, and I miss now. So me, Ingrid, and the oldest son came into the elevator together with Erling Haaland. You know this guy? This guy that was very small some years ago, but now something happened. And I was like, oh no, what happened now? I disturb Erling, it's match day. But my son, he couldn't care less. They were just equal. So both have long hair, yellow hair. And my son said, kul på håret. Cool. And Erling said, du òg. And finished. No picture, nothing. I was like, no. And he never reverted to that situation, never told anyone, so it's very unfair. So I think for me at least, football, training, and education has been a very big part of my life. I practiced as a lawyer when I was a national team player, went to camp and calling clients and doing litigation with other players sleeping. And of course, it's not for everyone. You have to like that kind of tempo. Maybe it's a diagnosis, I don't know, but you have to like it. But I do always, when I speak to students at least, say that don't quit sport because you have too much homework. It's not true. It might be some motivation issues, and then you should sort out that. But parents might say that sometimes, then prioritize. You have to prioritize school. But I am convinced that is not the truth. It both will strengthen each other if the motivation is there. So I think to have that lived experience while you study, and to study while you live the experience, is a magical combination. So football is the biggest sport in the world, Norway, Europe, and it has really, it's a social phenomenon. It's not a sport, it's a social phenomenon. It has 4 billion followers in the world, so it's bigger than religion. I come from a very Christian place, outside of Bergen. It's a very Christian place. So when I say this, I always feel like my neighbors are like, but it's true. Football is bigger than religion, and for some people also much stronger than religion. And this picture is from when Norway beat Brazil in 1998 in Marseille. You remember this? So this is the last time Norway was in a World Cup for men. It's true. It's shameful, but we won this game, and we didn't win a title. It was just one game, and it was very far away from Norway. And this is how Karl Johan looked like, and all of Norway looked like this. People were throwing themselves at the street. Also, where I'm from, this very Christian place outside of Bergen, where people do not express themselves. This is a place where when you're asked, "Are you okay?" you answer yes. You do not. You do not go into depth. This is why I had to move away very fast when I was 18. But this day I was home, 98, I was 17 years old, and we ran to the streets. My dad, mom, my neighbors, And my closest neighbor when I grew up was Børre Knudsen. Norwegian would know who this is. He moved because of female priest after a while, but he was my closest neighbor. So this is the level of religion around me, and everyone ran to the streets and threw themselves at each other. But the problem was that we didn't have anywhere to go. It was just trash cans and mailboxes. So it was, a very beautiful moment, but also like this very embedded, awkward, eternal moment of no retreat for my dad with this neighbor he's never even talked to. But that's the power of football. So why do I get this honor of being an honorary doctorate? Why am I here to speak if football is so great and it's the solution? Of course, we have to be honest. We are also part of a sport and an industry where the playing field is not level at all. Where we have some big issues that are also growing and becoming more intense. So I'll try to talk a little bit about that. The first one, you addressed a little bit, Iben, we're actually in a situation and in a time now. I think I'm going to save you this earring of, sorry. Maybe it's more in my head, but it annoyed me at least. So we're in a time now where we are experiencing disruption of market. It's not just I don't think it's a moral question. We have cultural clashes always, but we're in a situation where football now is under a disruption where new countries, they're not new, they're old countries, but countries like United States and the private equity companies are coming in with a lot of money, tons of money into women's game, but also men's game, and also countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia. And they are doing it not just to play football, and they're of course entitled to play football, and of course entitled to invest. But they are also doing it to build national projects. And an issue for us coming from the European side is that we have a model where the federations are close to 100% independent from the state, and it's something I would never. I know Jonas and the Prime Minister because he's at games and stuff like that. Of course, but he would never instruct me. I would never feel like he did either. It would never happen. But these newer countries, especially Saudi, Qatar, and those cultures, not bad or right, but they come in, and the state and the federation is the same. So it gives us certain particular challenges. And also the different view and respect of the universal human rights. In some discussion, it would be seen as Western rights. I would die fighting for, I think it's just as important for safety workers in the Middle East as in Sweden. So I think this is something leaders say to make polarization. I think these are just as important values. But we're in a disruption time where this is one of our big challenges. Investments are coming in tons and very fast, and also the desire to have mega events, like World Cup, where you move the whole world. So the risk of breaching human rights is also very big because of the size of the event. And before the Qatar World Cup, I think that was the first time the society and the football world really saw the workers. I think before that we never really reflected upon that people actually build these stadiums. We would think about the stadiums, is it too hot for the players? Is it too steep for the fans? How many toilets? So technical aspects, we've been very practical business. But we never really saw the workers. And ironically, that happened because they were treated very badly the first years from 2010 until a lot of things happened. And reports came back to countries saying that, are you aware of how these workers are living? And it was also this kafala system, not free people. So when you have a very high risk, you're going to build something very fast and very much and something you've never built before. You don't even know. Qatar didn't have any experience to do this. And doing it with a migrant base, not home base, and without freedom, the risk became very big, and then suddenly everybody saw it, and it became a clash and a political, very messy years. But the positive side of it is that all this vocabulary are now in football, it's in the regulation, it's in the statutes, it's in our minds. I'm not saying it's perfect, far from it, but still. Another big issue we have, and like we discussed also in the hallway, we managed to discuss a lot, by the way. When people are interested in football, we love them. Even though football is the biggest sport for women, girls, in the world, Norway, Europe, it's by far the biggest sport. We are still a part of a systematic discriminating system. And we don't like to talk about it because it's not positive, and it's not fair to all the pioneers that has worked so hard also, but it is the fact. For example, myself, I'm the first female president of the Norwegian Football Federation in 100 years. So football, and we have been pioneers in football, so still I'm the first. When you see at the UEFA board, UEFA is the European Federation for Association for Federations. They have one female in the board, and she's a quoted one. And the problem is not the lack of females per se, but it's the lack of people coming from the women's side. But because regardless of how you look at it, there are some very core differences to the men and the women football. So we have the biggest sport in the world, not ballet or boxing or, where the gender difference, this is the biggest sport for women. This is what girls choose to do, and they have no representation in their own board. And when it comes to coaching, we have had in Norway 0 coaches on the men's side of football, top elite, first division, national team, under 19, 16, 18, 19. No female coaches, no assistant female coaches ever. We had one female goalkeeper coach, but or else it's 0 in this 100 years biggest sport in the world for women. So it's stuck. It's not a system, because I'm told very often, be patient. Change will come. Change will not come. It's stuck. Change will not just come. This is Barcelona, Caroline Graham Hansen. We went to see them last weekend, actually, playing against Sevilla. It's the best team in Europe now, amazing. They have a budget of 7 million euros, and the men's have a budget of 638 million euros. If you go to City and my friend Erling, this is Julia playing also for City. The budget is 5 million euros, and the budget of Erling, not his salary, but the budget of City, 730 million euros. And is that a problem? Is that a problem when they don't compete against each other? I know it's dangerous to come with these kind of research in the BI and in the economical sphere, but I still would say and state very convincingly that it's in the human nature to expect equality. You have 3 daughters and a son. They will expect the same recognition and the same sense of pride in your eyes, when they're 13-year-olds for what they do. And when you have those differences, as we saw, talent follows money. It's just how it is. So you will just have, even though women's football are growing, we have to know the gap is also growing. It's not going in the right direction. The gap is growing. And some years ago, a smart researcher did a research with monkeys, giving them cucumber for doing something with a rock on the cage, and they were very happy with the cucumber. It was a good pay. And then they started to give the one of the monkeys grapes for doing the same. And in the beginning, the other monkeys start to try to do it better. Of course, you try to rise to the occasion and you do something. And after a while, he realizes that no matter what he does, it's a difference in pay. And then, of course, he gets very frustrated, very unhappy, very aggressive. And the situation will become dangerous and destructive just because of inequality. And I think this is something we have to acknowledge, being in a business where it's very difficult to just equal it because the return of investment is very different. But we have to know that if we don't do anything, it will always be like this. And we also, on the biggest sport for women, create, a danger of making, this inner frustration from childhood. So I'm very convinced always that change is possible. It's a motivation for me, and I think for all of you, that's why you work with what you do. But what should we do? And if a curve goes like this, okay, then you can just feed it. But if you need to change something, you have to disrupt something. What should you do? And I don't have the answer, but my experience is if you're going to achieve anything, you have to sort of love the fact that you have to have good people around you. And it will always end up with this one-to-one relation or one-to-two relation, that you're able to find people that are smarter and better than you. Do you know your people? Do you love them? That would always be the key of any leadership for me and for anyone. And a very difficult part is, I think, to understand the goal, especially when apathy gets you and it's a very difficult global issue, or environment, climate, or changing the complications of the whole football industry. But to really understand, what is the part I'm doing now? What is my team doing? Researchers are good at this, I think, but then to get the iterative process where the goal pushes you. I think this is the hardest part, because sometimes we talk about things, and on the women's side, this is part of it, that how do we work with this every day so that we are change makers in all decisions, in all budget cases, in all orientation cases to the board. We're not there, but this is where we should come to make change, if we want to make change. And I think you cannot be a good leader, you cannot do what you have done, Nicholas, or to do any change if you're not passionate about it. And what is that? But you have to be passionate about it. Of course, no, it's not 9 to 5. It's always, you just work. And I like the Norwegian word lidenskap, because that has the word lead in it. You have to suffer a bit for it. You have to sort of nobody likes to suffer, but at least you have to embrace the fact that if something is very important, it's very difficult. So when I feel that something is very difficult, maybe then it's because I really want it. And to feel that this is, to go from frustration and sort of, no, I'm passionate about this assignment. And that, of course, gets us to the most difficult part of any football team leadership, is the ability to go in and out of the comfort zone, to be able to make mistakes and learn from them, and be able to go out of the comfort zone and sort of embrace the fact that outside the comfort zone, it is uncomfortable. That's why it's called comfort zone. And when it's uncomfortable, you feel stupid, irrelevant, ugly even. The discomfort is like that. But that is also, if you have a good team and if you have an acknowledgement that this is where you try to go sometimes, not always, once a week, or that's where the magic happens. I've never seen a good football team or a leader that will never take risk, and be able to make a fool out of themselves and rise up again. And I think for economical students, I don't know if it's true, to be able to do mistakes and not be this perfectionist, I think it's something, it's a development area, I think. Basically, I think as leaders, if you want change, you have to lean in. You have to go in with all your mind and body and the soul. It's no way around it. Of course, you have to try to find some balance with family. I'm very good at that, don't you think? Best in the world? Yes, she's nodding. But you have to really lean in. And when I was in Doha and delivering this speech on behalf of Norway, because this was a Congress decision, decided I should go and deliver a speech, I was very nervous, and I felt unsafe in every way. And of course, being politically irrelevant, security issues, all these things. But the biggest fear was the fear of making a fool out of myself. It's bigger than death, fear of death. You know, you're more afraid of that when you stand there than someone will. I was like, please shoot me. You know, it's like... But people have asked me sometimes, what did you feel? You know, what was your concern? You know, and it took some time before I started to tell people. But at that time, it was the first trip after we had our third baby. I had stopped breastfeeding. So, I decided now that I would not breastfeed anymore. But I was doing this pumping. All women that has kids know what I mean. So this whole trip was also about me stopping to breastfeed. The grief, because I knew that I would not have any other babies. I'm too old now. I want more, but then the state childcare will come, I think, because I don't have time. And part of the feeling I had before I went to hold the speech was also fear of leaking milk from the stage, which I think would take some of the authority away. So I tell you this because this is also leadership. You know, Karen, today you're sick, you're coughing, you know, you're here. You have to, you have to be there with your whole mind and body. It's just how it is. It's a personal thing, and it goes beyond sport or BIs. You have to be there, and leadership is also about passion and willing to do those things. So when I was going to the stage, it was very far away, and I randomly checked my phone, like this, just before I went up. And I got this text message from this very stranger guy. I never heard about him before. Now I have, because I called him afterwards, Terje. And he wrote this to me. In Norwegian, Kjære Lise Klaveness. Dear Lise Klaveness, now you have to use everything you have learned in life. Be strong. Du må bruke alt du har lært I livet. Vær sterk. And it was, for me, just then, the most empowering thing I've ever had. It was very literal to me. It's like everything I've learned. I'm a football player. I can be tackled. I know English. I went to IB. I'm a lawyer. I've defended rapists, people that have killed. I know how it is when it's silent in an audience and they don't like your message. And I just went through, everything I've learned and felt very empowered. So for me, Terje, this stranger guy, became like a role model for leadership to me. That try to figure out who is the person you're leading, when do they need encouragement. No, don't just say nice things, but say something that will actually empower you. I think he had followed my career. I don't know this, but it made me sort of, go from taking away passages from my speech and feeling smaller and smaller to take them in again and go like this and go to the stage. So to be that kind of a leader, that you know your people well enough to know when to say those things that are not like posh, but what you have learned, and then lift up the people around you. Thank you for the attention, and thank you for the great honor of being an honorary doctorate, and also to do it together with the great person and a football fan, we have to say, Nicholas, and also Catherine talking about litigation. That is also a passion to me. So good luck with all your careers and the rest of the day.
Standing ovation. Thank you very much, Lise. This was very inspiring to hear about, and this goes at least right to my heart, and also hopefully to the rest of the audience. Thank you very much for an inspiring, thought-provoking, and very important talk. And also, big thanks to our student organization for nominating Lise as a worthy recipient for our school's honorary doctorate. Thank you, Iben. Before we take a break, I have 3 important things to tell you. First off, lunch is now served in the executive area A2. If you don't know where the executive area A2 is, just walk towards the main entrance and follow the long stairs up the 2nd floor. Or you can do as I usually do, just follow the smell of food. Second, after we have enjoyed our lunch at 11:30, we will continue in the A2 area with a special 20-minute talks from our 10 newly appointed professors. And I think in a very short time that you can see the program on the screen behind me. So they'll be organized as parallel sessions, and you are, please join whatever you prefer. And finally, after we have finished with the parallel sessions in A2, our research day program will continue here in this room with more interesting lectures and great insights at 12:30 sharp. So I hope you will enjoy the lunch, the panel sessions, and then to see you back here in this room at 12:30. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you have all enjoyed lunch. If you haven't, you're too late. It's gone. And that you're able to see some colleagues and friends. And not to forget, I hope you also got to see one of the lectures of our newly appointed professors. For this afternoon session of the BI Research Day, we will continue with some more speeches and talks from great speakers. First, we will begin with another very important external stakeholder and supporter of BI. Our next speaker plays a key role in shaping the country's research policy, both by advising the government and by managing Norway's funding of research. In fact, she's in charge of investing more than 11 billion kroners each year. So we are very happy that she's here today, and I'm eager to hear what she has to say. Please, everybody, a big hand for the Chief Executive of the Norwegian Research Council, Mari Sundli Tveip.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Dear Rector, dear new honorary doctors, dear everyone, it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today to celebrate. Okay, that's... Are you all awake now? Anyway, so what I was trying to say is it's a great pleasure for me to be here today to share this day with you, the Research Day. And not only the Research Day, but the Research Day of the 80th anniversary of the BI Business School, Norwegian Business School. And so happy anniversary, first and foremost, and also to be here to celebrate with you the conferment of the 3 new fantastic honorary doctorates. And I must say, just straight off, what a fantastic selection you've made. We live in very challenging times. We're faced with grand global challenges that can only be tackled by developing new knowledge through education, through research, through innovation, and through international cooperation, all of which are BI trademarks. The BI Norwegian Business School plays an extremely important part in developing and spreading knowledge in Norway, and this is knowledge that the world dearly needs. From a modest start in 1943, when you offered a weekly class in accounting, you've become one of Europe's largest business schools. You are widely recognized for your high academic standards, consistently ranked among the top business schools in Europe. So congratulations again on that. And your programs, faculty, and research are highly regarded in various international rankings. You are among the most important contributors to Norwegian business and society, with over 245,000 alumni. That is fantastic. What an impact. It's extremely important for Norway to have an organization such as you, such as the BI Business School, with such strong connections with the business community, both nationally and internationally. And your collaboration with companies and organizations provides students with opportunities for internships, networking, and real-world business experiences. And the partnerships that you have with over 200 universities and business schools worldwide provide students with opportunities for international exchange and collaboration. And this is something that is enormously important for the students, not only for every single student that gets that opportunity to go abroad and have new experiences and understand the world from a different angle, but also for Norwegian businesses to grow Norwegian business sector and to grow the Norwegian society as a whole. As I said, I think you have really picked outstanding new honorary doctorates, so congratulations to all of them. And they have all shown exceptional professional and academic achievements in their fields. And they have all been inspirations to their peers. Lise Klavenes, she has not only inspired her peers, she's been an inspiration to all of Norway, and I think way, way beyond Norway. As a leader of Norwegian Football Federation, the Norwegian Football Federation, she has promoted human rights, she's promoted equal opportunities for everyone. And she's done it with great courage and with a very, very strong and trustworthy voice. And she has shown a willingness and strength in following her convictions even when it's difficult and controversial. Nicholas Bloom is one of the world's most distinguished economists in the field of macroeconomics, and he's made outstanding contributions to the field of management and its impact on society. He will also be a great honorary doctorate for BI. As will Catherine Spear, who's also an outstanding researcher, an interdisciplinary researcher with extensive experience both in law and economics, but also in management and strategy. And her remarkable efforts and reputation makes her a great match for this great school. So, all in all, just a big hand and a big congratulations from the Research Council. And it's an honor, as I said, to be here and celebrate this day with you. So congratulations with your anniversary and with a great research day and with new honorary doctors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Veit. Moving to another important policymaker, supporter and stakeholder of the school. Our next speaker is a politician from the Norwegian Conservative Party, a current member of the Committee on Education and Research in the Norwegian Parliament. In his 30+ years of political career, he has held several key government positions, including Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, Minister of Finance, and as well as Minister of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Jan Tore Sanner.
Thank you so much, dear President, honored guests and friends of BI Norwegian Business School. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today to congratulate the management, staff, researchers, current and former students on BI's 80th anniversary. There's ample reason to mark and celebrate such an occasion. Today, BI is a leading European business school. You are educating a workforce in high demand in both private and the public sector. Not only does your research lay the foundations for new products and services, but for important political decisions. Many of your researchers are clear and important voices in the public debate. Quite simply, you are helping to move society forward. I'm delighted that you are taking the opportunity of this anniversary to look ahead. The importance of strong, independent institution of knowledge will only be more important in the years to come. You are marking 80 years in a time when research and facts are being increasingly challenged by conspiracies and fake news. In a time when liberal democracies are under global pressure, yet also a time when we must succeed in dealing with such major challenges as the green transition, with the new geopolitical challenges as war, migration, and deglobalization, a shift in our demographic makeup with a growing elderly population and fewer working-age people, and the need for greater productivity in both private and public sector. Some people think that politicians only read headlines and summaries. That's not quite the case. I am one of those people who love studies and expert reports. My time as a minister in local government and modernization, education and integration, and not at least finance, showed me how important a solid knowledge base is when making crucial decisions. Research doesn't always give clear answers, but it does bring the dilemmas and opportunities to the fore. That said, there's one thing that all researchers are unanimous about. The first conclusion of any report, without fail, is that more research is needed. At a time when some politicians are more concerned about building walls than bridges, it's good to know that knowledge knows no boundaries. Like several of our universities, BI is in a pole position to play an even greater role in the years to come. Your expert environments excel on the international stage and attract outstanding international researchers. I'd like to thank the business school for your huge contribution to making Norway a better place and for having even higher ambitions for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saner. We're very happy to have you here. Now, as Harald said earlier this morning, the purpose of BI's Research Day is to celebrate and showcase our school's accomplishments and impact as a research institution. So in that regard, our next speaker is both a dear colleague and also a colleague of mine in my department, with a long list of accomplishments to show for, but also with a clear and major impact as a researcher. Last time I looked, which was yesterday afternoon, he had 28,452 citations in Google Scholar and an H index of 68. I think a few more citations were added as usual in the course of the day. And this is way higher than anybody else at BI. His research and his career has been awarded many times, and now also with the BI Research Award. So I'm very proud to call him a colleague in the Department of Marketing, and I'm very much looking forward to what I know will be a highly interesting talk. Please, Anders.
Thank you so much. I can be honest and saying that I was struggling a bit in terms of sort of coming up with a topic. What should I talk about and that would interest all of you? And I certainly didn't want to go into a couple of papers that would interest some of you, but probably unlikely a lot of you. So I figured I'd talk a bit about sort of my view or philosophy in terms of how I plan, in terms of doing research. And most of you probably sort of mostly look at this sort of this competitive, it is a competition. I usually, or I sometimes say that it's for me, it's like winning an Olympic gold if I sort of succeed in sort of getting into one of these major journals. Sort of these competitive papers, they are like that. That's the target. It should be at the highest possible level. And just to exemplify, I've been working a lot with Joanne Peck, which is she is really the expert on touch, and we have several papers on that. Don't expect you to read all of them for sure, but just to exemplify, one of the papers, what we started off doing was trying to figure out, okay, we know that if you touch someone between the shoulder and the elbow, we know that if you do that in a sales situation, you sell more, you're more successful, you're sort of among the top salespeople, and if you look in research, why do you do that normally? Well, it's a compliance behavior usually. You want somebody to comply in accordance to what you want, but in this situation, it's not. It's more a relationship establishment. You try to build a relationship with this person. That's why you do that. And what we did in this paper that I'm exemplifying with was try to figure out, if we know that, if we know you sell more, why don't you do it? And what we sort of discovered was that it's uncomfortable for the salesperson because he or she thinks that you're being manipulative. So the other person thinks you're manipulating, and yes, you are. But the thing is that the other person doesn't notice that. So that's basically that paper. But sort of that's my take on being competitive, and I do a lot of these projects as well. So at the moment I'm looking at, okay, if somebody complains online, how should a firm respond to that online? And research is saying that, yeah, you should be empathic. You should sort of try to say that you're sorry and all those things. We see that it actually hurts your business if you do. You sell less because the other viewers, they don't think you're authentic. They just think you're saying that because, You don't mean it, you just say it. So what we say that in this research is pretty much saying that, okay, what you should do is you should have a solution for the customer. If you do that, the other customers, the 851 on average that reads the complaint, can judge if you're actually trying to fix something. Anyway, so all of these are competitive. It's normally with other researchers around the globe. It's no PhD students normally involved in these, so it's sort of we really try to sort of come into the major journals. I also put up a lying project that I do with one of my colleagues here, Hannah Schneider, looking at what happens why does employees lie in a sales situation. More to come on that if you are interested. The other sort of bucket here that I'm trying to sort of do what I do is actually trying to figure out what is going on. I really don't understand this myself. And the example I'm using, which I don't expect you to read either, but I work a lot with companies, and everyone is talking about service innovation. And it sounds like service innovation is just one thing. But it cannot. It cannot be one thing. Because it's 80% of the GDP that is service. So if you think that service innovation is just one thing, it's kind of easy to do a service innovation, isn't it? So it took me 2 years, actually. Yes, I know I'm slow. It took me 2 years to try to come up with a solution to what I think is a service innovation in a way that I can teach it to someone else. Because these things usually come up when a company, in this case, comes up to me and try to sort of, I don't understand, what is it? How can I understand what a service innovation is? How can I actually work with a service innovation? And the first thing, if you would remember anything from what I'm saying now, is that service innovation is the outcome of a process. It's not new service development. That's because that's before the innovation. Service innovation is out there on the market. So that's one thing, if you remember anything. And that also tends to end up in a bunch of publications and books. So at the moment, what I'm trying to figure out is customer experience. What is it? What is an experience? And all of you know what it is. I'm sure it is, but do you actually know what it is? The problem you usually end up with, or research usually ends up with, is it's about cognition. You actually can think that you have an experience. You recognize the experience, but it's not that easy. So if you want to know more, email me and you'll get the paper, because I'm writing that at the moment. And I'm also trying to rethink what customer satisfaction is. I claim that it's one of the most important measures we have, and it's getting even more important because you're involving more and more of your customers into your organization. And that results in customer satisfaction in some way or the other. So that's also something that I'm rethinking at the moment. When I have these presentations, especially for companies, I say I play, and I do. I do things that some things I just do because I think it's fun and interesting. Do they end up in good publications? Yes, they do end up in good publications. It's not that. But it's more like, okay, we can do this now. Let's try it. For instance, this is one of the projects that I've had, and the idea came from, yes, you guessed it. And I'm not supposed to say the name of the company. But anyway, one of the higher managers of this company, he came up to me saying, you know, these stores that run less well, they turn out less profitable. What we do is we end up sacking employees because that's what we can control. So we have fewer and fewer employees at these locations. Does that hurt us? Yes, it does. But what we did was to, yes, you guessed it, played around with having greeters in the entrance of the store. Because it's very difficult to run experiments if we, you know, shifting employees, having larger numbers at one time and fewer at the other. It's extremely difficult. So what we ended up doing was to measure what happens if you have a greeter. And IKEA was very satisfied. They're fine with it. It's so many years ago, or a couple of years ago, so it's not that dangerous anymore. So IKEA was satisfied. We showed them that if they saw employees, they think the quality of the products in the store is higher. They think they have been helped more by staff, even if they had not. And they sold more. They were satisfied. So they're actually using this now. The thing is that it's not really the whole story, because we noticed that the only people that were influenced by this were other males. So we discovered that this is actually it's actually males that are somehow threatened by an employee with certain stature. So if you put a muscular person up front, muscular male, up front, which is sort of an example with a muscular and non-muscular person here. So the only effect we actually get is from that person. And even at IKEA, they not only buy more, they buy more expensive stuff. So it ended up being an evolutionary psychology paper, which was not the intention at all. But anyway, yes, all of these are sort of play around research where wouldn't it be cool if we tested this? We have these devices, why not test it? So that's sort of that's sort of example of those. And what I'm doing now is sort of this. Most of you, if you run surveys in stores, what you do is have a survey at the end, and you don't really capture a process that way, because it only builds on what you remember. And if you know anything about memory, you have a short-term memory, and then it needs to be transferred to a long-term memory in order for you to at all be able to entice what you actually experienced. So what I'm doing with some friends is the best way of describing it is monitoring people. So we put up on gizmos on people. So we have eye trackers and galvanic skin response, and we capture everything that their body produces pretty much. Not everything, but sort of anything you could do without really interfering too much. And what it does, these things, what we see is that it explains more variation of people's behavior. So cognition, what you remember backwards, fine. It is a source of variation, or to explain variation. But these things explain more. So you add more explained variation of people's behavior. And then it's of course my dear PhD students. And to exemplify here again, this is my first at BI, Toy Gambanpur. Sorry, I killed that name too, I guess. No, it's Gambanpur, I know that. But what he was interested in was trying to figure out what's the value of CSR or ESG? What's the value of doing good for society? Trying to sort of dig down in financial performance and figure out sort of when is it worth it? When can you actually, when does investors notice sort of what's the value for them in terms of financial performance? And we do a whole bunch of things on this at the moment. He's a crazy good guy, so we're looking into the role of the employees when it comes to CSR activities and looking into differences across different industries. And if you're doing ESG activities or CSR activities in a B2C environment, you're not going to make any money. Sorry, that's the truth at the moment. So anyway, that's what we just got published with Toit, and I also work with Delphine Caruel. We also just got published in her PhD research. So you guys, or we all have fantastic PhD students here, and here are some of mine. So we had Jared that is doing research on drones, and Ludvika, she's doing research on corporate activism, and Matilda, she's doing research on influencers, and Sajid is doing research on at the moment, what does sustainability sound like? So anyway, that's what I had. So now you have some more insights in terms of how I think when it comes to deciding on doing research. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anders. Congratulations again on the well-deserved award. So earlier today, we witnessed a beautiful honorary doctorate conferment ceremony with heavy metal harp music and a great, so we're very happy to welcome Lise, Nick, and Catherine to the BI family, as others have said. So we will round off today's research day with a lecture from one of the world's leading researchers in his field, the William Eberle Professor of Economics at Stanford University. And now we can also call him an honorary doctor at BI Norwegian Business School. So please give a very warm applause to Professor Nicholas Bloom.
Thanks so much for the fantastic award. I'm very honored to be here. I could tell it was a very nice touch that showed me what a big deal it was on Sunday. I was talking to Lisa about it. I was watching one of my daughters play soccer, and one of my friends who was standing next to me said, "Oh, congratulations! I saw you have this honorary degree from BI," and I was like, figured out two things from Teresa, my friend. A, she was obviously a BI alum, and B, she appears to read her email. Since obviously it had come out earlier in the week, and I was very touched, and her husband had given me. So even before stepping on the plane, it was clear I knew what I was. Fantastic treat. So it's lovely to be here. I'm going to talk today about work from home. It was not something I'll give you a backdrop. It was something I've been working on as a minor kind of topic for maybe going back to the early 2000s. I'd have to say, until March 2020, when I talked to people, their eyes would kind of drop, and it wasn't the most engaging topic. The one upside is I got to meet the president back in 2014, which is a fantastic event. Apart from that, it was very quiet. And then in March 2020, kind of everything just went crazy. So what I'm going to talk about today is research mainly from the last 3 years, a lot of data, but also just talking to hundreds and hundreds of managers, employees, execs, all kinds of different people. So I'm a big football fan. There is unfortunately no football in this. At the end, there's a bit of golf. I don't actually play golf but so many people complained about golf in relation to work from home, so I had to collect some data. You'll see it does have a strong work from home connection. I'm gonna talk about things in three groups. So the first thing I'll just be, as an economist, very data focused, just talk about what the data says. I have some Norwegian data in there as well. It's been kind of more US data based. Thoughts about managing it, just from talking to a lot of execs. I've done a lot of work with universities. With Luca, I was briefly talking about, BI. I'm involved quite heavily with Stanford, and then finally 3 impacts on the economy. And then I'll leave a bit of time at the end for questions. So where are we? So this is data for the US. I'll talk about Norway in a little bit, but just to kind of give you the time dimension, on the y-axis here, this is the share in the US of full paid days work from home. So that's how many days people completely work from home. Why do we care about that? It's because it affects commuting and it affects office space. And what you can see is before COVID, it's about 5%, 5-6%. So not many people work from home before COVID. It's kind of rare. During the beginning of the pandemic, it goes up to 60%. The US had a total lockdown. Actually, I don't know the Norwegian situation. You can probably hear I'm English, I'm British. In America, people often think I'm Australian. They get it confused. In fact, one of my most weirdest experiences is when I just arrived in the US. It must have been, I think it was about 2005. I got in this taxi, and the driver, I think, he might have been Mexican. He had a strong Spanish accent. And I was chatting to him for a bit, and he said, and you're from the same country as the governor, which meant Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I was like, I didn't quite. And then I said, oh, wait, I think he thinks I'm Australian, and he thinks Arnold Schwarzenegger's not from Austria, but from Australia. It was like 2 fantastic mistakes. And I kind of come back to Anders. I don't know, I was going to accept the comparison to someone kind of beefy, but so in Britain, it looks like this. I don't know so much about Norway, but in the US, there was a complete lockdown. So everyone that could work from home was doing it full time. Then you notice 2020, 21, 22, it's flattening off. By the time we get to 2023, we're completely stable. So the blue is the data we've been collecting. And the blue is we've been interviewing 10,000 Americans a month. The red is the US Census. It interviews 40,000 people a month. You can see from 2023 onwards, it's flat. So this, at least for the US and for the UK, is the new normal. Where we are now is where it's going to stick. On the top right is actually data from Castle, which has swipe card data. So it's a very different way of collecting data. They look at how many people swipe into offices every day. Similar thing you notice, that's obviously dropped. People are working from home. It's flatlined in 2023 at about 50% of pre-pandemic levels. So I talked to lots of people in real estate and, offices and CEOs, and they're like, well, when everyone goes back to the office, I'm like, this is the new normal. 2023, where we are now is basically where we're going to be for a few years. How does it vary across countries? So we collected data in 34 countries, including, I'm thankful at this point, very thankful, Norway. So we picked, I can't remember quite how we picked the 34 countries. I think they were big and important. So, Norway, Sweden is in there, unfortunately, for Norwegians, but I guess Norway's in there anyway. So we had 34 countries. We spent a while trying to figure out, honestly, it's fascinating to listen to Anders. Like, you have this data, how do you assemble it? So we had this 34 data points. We're like, is it rich and poor? Is it north and south or something? And in the end, what you see is English-speaking countries, for reasons that I think are partly management, have higher levels of work from home. So US, Canada, UK, Australia is pretty high. Europe, and in fact, Central and South America is kind of in the middle, and Asia's at the bottom. So when I talk to firms that are multinational, they generally say Asian offices are mostly back. European offices, typically it's maybe 1 or 2 days work from home. The US, they're typically complaining about, they're still fighting to try and get people back. This looks a lot like, here's another way of measuring the same data. This is from JLL. They're a big office manager. They have this chart on how much people are returning to the office. They're trying to sell office space, so they're trying to pretend it's like a lot. And you can kind of get that sense because what they call normal, which is 90% of pre-pandemic, is like, you might have, that's minus 10%, that's like low. You might have called it normal, very low, really, really low, but anyway, they've relabeled it as like low, medium, high, normal. You can see from here, if you look at the US, only about 50% occupancy versus pre-pandemic. So the typical office in North America, including Canada, people are going in 2-3 days a week. That's kind of normal in America. In Europe, it's a little higher. We have Sweden, we don't have, have Stockholm here, we don't have Oslo, but it's more like, 60, 70%. In Asia, it's higher still. But you can get the picture that certainly for execs, for professionals, for BI alumni, for Stanford alumni, they are typically going in 3 days a week, probably 4 days a week. It's relatively rare to be going in 5 days a week. I should point out, of course, there's a big spread across society. So again, this is US data, but this is similar to the UK, Northern Europe. Most people actually go in full time. So this is of the workforce. If you look at the top bar in blue, think of, in Stanford, frontline employees, same in BI, are going to be security, food service, transportation, manufacturing, teaching, hospitals. These folks are going in every day. They're actually the biggest group, 60%. The next biggest group is probably pretty much everyone in this room. It's pretty much everyone that's in my world, my MBAs, execs, a hybrid, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about them. And at the bottom, about 10% of the workforce, Northern Europe, North America, are fully remote. People think of these people as high-end coders like Silicon Valley. Some of them are, but most of the folks in that group are actually like IT support, call centers, data entry. They tend to be relatively low paid. So my guess is most BI alumni, employees, faculty, staff actually in that middle group, and I'll talk a bit more about them. But hybrid is very much where things are settled down. When I talk to my MBAs, execs, they're typically here. So here's two graphs to give you a sense of how permanent work from home is. I think the figure on the left is just the more amazing graph. So the figure on the left shows the share of online retail expenditure in the US. So if you're really clear-eyed, you'll notice the y-axis is in a log scale, so which means growth rates are a straight line. But it's not that obvious. So the straight line shows you that the share of online expenditure has been growing at a pretty steady pace from 2010 onwards. So think of Amazon, Instacart, eBay, etc. There's no surprise there. 2020, it jumps up. So we had lockdown, our family was shopping at Safeway, Instacart, we were ordering it online, it was very hard to go out, there's not a surprise there. Now notice it's dropped back down. The amazing thing for me is it's back to trend. Like if you're an alien from outer space and you'd missed the last 3 years and you'd landed, you'd be like, nothing's happened. It's like completely on the trend. And the same thing is true if you look at other data like eating out. If you look at open table, eating out in restaurants is back to trend. Airport traffic is back to trend. Sports, Premier League, NFL games is back to trend. Concerts, Taylor Swift's concerts are completely sold out. Everything's back to trend, except on the right, anything that's related to work from home or either upstream or downstream. So work from home looks like it's one of the biggest enduring legacies of the pandemic. And at the end, I'll talk about how it's affected cities. I'll step back and say, what has it done for cities? What it's done for golf, for leisure, probably cross-country skiing. I know whoever wins in Norway, it wins, globally. I was going to say my neighbor across the road is also Norwegian, Olaf. So, every May I get invited to eat that fantastic marzipan cake for his Norwegian Independence Day. So work from home just looks like it's permanently here. It varies a lot by industry. So there's no surprise, tech is at the top. So in the media, everyone's focused on tech. They're all like, Amazon, what's Zoom doing, what's Google doing, etc. I should point out they are really at one end. So 3 weeks ago, actually, I met the CHR of Spotify at an event. Spotify is pretty remote, but tech is up there. There is a big spread. Financial services, which a lot of BI alum, I'm pretty sure are in financial services, is also pretty high. Business services, so us, BI alum, Stanford alum, tend to sit in these top groups. Just to point out, at the bottom end, retail, transport, hospitality, food services much lower. So there's enormous industry variation. Our world tends to be at the upper end, tend to be more exposed to it. Another dimension I get asked about a lot is by gender. So it turns out there's, perhaps surprisingly, not big variation by gender. So if you look in, the US, I've seen the same for the UK. Work from home levels are very similar for men and women. They were before, they have been throughout the pandemic. Where we see huge differences is by education. So basically graduates, people that use computers that are working, can work remotely, have about twice the work from home levels as non-grads. So this is where the big divide is, where the big gap we see arises. The other divide is by age. So, your current students, I'm 50 now, so I guess I moved in, I recently moved into one of the higher buckets. I keep moving to the right. I don't want to, but, it happens to us all. My oldest daughter's now 20, and when I was talking to her, and I talked to a lot of my undergrads, like we have, I don't know how it works at BI, but we have advisees. So we both teach and we have individuals that we're kind of close to, and we advise and give them advice. For 20-somethings, when they talk to me, they don't really want fully remote jobs. So when you talk to them, they kind of say, look, I want to be mentored. It's much easier to learn face-to-face. It's more sociable going into the workplace. I kind of find it lonely and isolating being at home at least every day. And often, you know, they're sharing apartments. Think of, you know, 4 people in New York or Oslo or San Francisco. How can you work from home? No one wants to work from home in their bedroom. It's kind of depressing. So what are you going to do? If you're in the living room, you can't start till the last flatmate leaves, and you have to stop when the first person comes back. They're like, it's 3 in the afternoon. I'm back. I got off early. It's like, well, that ended my day as well. So most 20-somethings typically want to work from home maybe 1 or 2 days a week. You notice in the 30s it goes up. People that tend to have young kids, they have, you know, more money, more housing. And then as you get kind of 50 plus, folks tend to return back to the office. So I put this up because there's a big generational issue that comes up. When I talk to managers, I'm happy to discuss it in Q&A, there's often these fights across generations with, you can imagine, you know, David Solomon's or Jamie Dimon's, you know, 50s, maybe 60s are like, everyone's got to come back to the office. Younger employees, particularly people in their 30s, are really unkeen to come back. And this is where the tension comes up. Whoops. So why don't I talk about why working from home has come so dominant? When I talk to companies, number one is by far the big thing, and I'll just show you some data on it. The big reason we've stuck with work from home is this keeps people happy. And for companies, it improves recruitment and retention. We're discussing over lunch, why is this stuck? It's stuck because it's profitable. So, you know, we live in a capitalist world. I like work from home. I think it's great for the environment, but I'm not trying to sell it as a social movement. It basically makes companies money, and what makes companies money tends to stick. Now, why does it make the money? It makes the money because it basically saves you a lot of recruitment and retention and wage bill costs. I go through that. Productivity is kind of flat. Rent is a bit of a big disappointment. Doesn't save much rent for reasons I'll explain in a minute, and talent, I'll come to that. So firstly, how much is it worth? We have surveyed people, tens of thousands of people across different countries, including we had the data from Norway, from Sweden, from the UK. Around the world, you see over and over again roughly the same number, which is people value the ability to work from home 2 or 3 days a week about the same as an 8% pay increase. So it's quite a lot of money. I know some people find it surprising or not surprising. There's a famous paper by Danny Kahneman. So Danny Kahneman won the Nobel Prize a few years ago. He had a well-known paper in Science in 2004 that valued what people like doing and dislike doing hour by hour. Turns out the second most hated activity by hour is work. It's why you have to pay people to do it. Otherwise, they do it for free. But the thing they hate more than work is commuting. People actually hate commuting more than they hate working. And so if you get to work from home 2 days or 3 days a week, you save about 3 hours a week of a horrible activity, and you can live further away. So that's kind of where the 8% number comes from. Another way to look at it is I ran a randomized control trial. So there are 3 big travel agents in the world, Expedia, Booking, and Trip. Trip, I don't know if people have traveled with Trip. They're slightly more Asia-focused. They're one of the big 3. They're listed on NASDAQ. Their co-founding CEO and now chairman was in my class many years ago, James Liang. I know him and their CEO, Jane Sum. And they agreed to run a big randomized control trial. So what they did is they took 2 divisions, which is 1,600 people. They're almost all grads. So this is a pretty elite job. So they're very similar to like BI, Stanford grads. They randomized them in that if you had an even birthday, so if you're born on the 2nd, 4th, 8th, 10th, 12th of the month, you had to come in the office 5 days a week. If you have an odd birthday, so you're born on the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, you get to work from home Wednesday, Friday. So I'm 5th of May, so I would have been randomized into working from home. They did this for 6 months. They then released it and then tracked them for the next 1.5 years. So what did they find? First thing, most importantly, is in terms of performance, they found absolutely nothing. So they looked at lines of code written, about half of them are coders, like no difference at all. Promotion rates, performance reviews, we had the text of the performance, we just found nothing at all. They weren't better, they weren't worse, they were basically completely flat. So, okay, fine, so performance is unchanged. What else? They then looked at job satisfaction surveys, massively up for the people in hybrid. They then looked at this, quit rates was down about 1/3. And so the board looked at this data and said, well, look, kind of what's not to like? There's like no downside. There's no productivity cost. we maybe save a bit of space, the employees are much happier, and every person that quits costs us about $30,000. So the company rolled the thing out. So this turns out to be the big driver. Basically, employees are happier, it stops them quitting, it makes them easier to hire. So that's kind of why it's stuck for companies, why it makes them money. The big complaint you hear, and I'm going to go with Anders' approach. I've put up some papers. I won't expect you to read them, but the big complaint is people say, well, it reduces productivity. You probably heard Elon Musk and Jamie Dimon and David Solomon, a load of people, argue and complain about it. So it turns out there's two very different things. On the left, I'm going to talk about fully remote. So fully remote is when you're working from home 5 days a week, week in, week out. So just to be very clear, you're at home Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, week in, week out. You maybe come to the office every 6, 7 weeks. The evidence on that, and there's by now quite a few studies, turns out to be really mixed. So some of the studies are very clever. They do kind of randomized control trials or differences at the beginning of the pandemic. What you found then was people that were thrown into fully remote back in beginning of 2020 did pretty badly. So not surprising, people thrown home without any management, without any training, any control systems, it doesn't work out very well. So some of the numbers are up to like minus 30%. There are some other randomized control trials where, to be honest, they didn't have good management processes. Again, it doesn't work out. There are some other studies where people are well managed, well supervised, well trained when they're working fully remote. They get close to about the same productivity as coming in the office. So fully remote, it looks like it can work, but you've really got to be good on managing it, and it's just not that easy. Hybrid, on the other side, turns out to be about flat. So hybrid is classically Monday, Friday, you work at home, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you come in the office. That's about flat. When I talk to managers, they initially kind of surprised, and you're like, well, look, it's true if you're working at home Monday, Friday, there's 2 less days of face time a week. So I get, that's maybe negative. You're at home. You can, the old joke used to be the 3 great enemies of working from home was the bed, the fridge, and the television. And people, may fall victim to one or many of them. So that's maybe a downside. But it turns out there's 2 big upsides of working from home. One is on those days it's quiet, and it's easier to concentrate when it's quiet. In fact, it turns out you're most creative when you have a mix of quiet and interactive time. So there's a famous study in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences a few years ago about what's called bursting. So some psychologists had this great thing whereby they took volunteers and they randomized them into 3 groups. And they had to get them to have, there was some kind of product. They said, come up with a new idea for this. The first set, they put them all into one room for 6 hours and just said, put Post-it notes on the wall, come up with your new ideas, and left them and came back 6 hours later. The second group, they put them into individual rooms and said, work on your own for 6 hours, come up with a new idea. And the third group, they had meet for an hour, split off, work quietly for an hour, then meet for an hour, quiet, meet for an hour. And of course, as you can guess, the third group turns out to be the most creative. And this whole literature, you kind of want some time quiet and some noisy. So one upside of work from home Monday, Friday is you get quiet time. The other upside is you save a lot of time on commute. So I don't know about Norway, but the average Brit and the average American saves about an hour a day when they work from home for less commuting. Looks like just under half of that they work more. They also save another 10 minutes a day from what I'll call less grooming. And if you wonder what that looks like, it looks like this. So we asked people, I think the blue bar is more scary. There's probably 100 people in this room, so, figure out that you can take some guesses on this, but, the number of people who shower or bath, well, when they go into the office, it's 85% any day, but if they work from home, it's 73. I think the top right is maybe the worst. I don't know, the 5% of people that don't brush their teeth, even when there's some pretty weird things. Wear fresh clothes, but there are value judgments on some of these things. I'm not entirely sure, but put it this way, people save an extra 10 minutes a day. And so one of the upsides is people just have much more time when they're working from home. On the Monday, Friday, they have more time. Some of that time, roughly 30 minutes, they spend more on working, the other 40 minutes on leisure. But that's good. That's a win-win. So hybrid turns out it's about net zero on productivity. Again, coming back to Trip, that's why they're not losing and employees are happier. The other 2 things, space, this is pretty much a big disappointment. So I've talked to a lot of exec boards, and the classic thing is often the head of real estate sits underneath the CFO. So it's either the CFO or the CEO is complaining and saying, look, I can see from the swipe card data we're only having 50% of the footfall. what the heck is going on in the office space will basically have the same office. They're like really angry. They're like really annoyed. And the problem is, as you can probably figure out, if everyone's coming in on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you can't really cut space. And so most companies are saying, well, okay, let's have a rota. Let's have like Team A on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Team B on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The problem with that is it doesn't work very well. You have to have a hot desk. You have to keep your desk clear, which a lot of people don't like. You have to literally clean desk, and there's some security issues if you accidentally leave stuff out on the whiteboard. B, somebody has to have Friday. And one company has said, well, we got around that, because what we do is we rotate it around. Every 2 months, a different team. And then they said, we tried that, but by the beginning of the third month, it was horrible, because people had set up childcare, and they're like, my kindergarten, it just doesn't work. You can't move people's days around. And then C, no teams ever overlap. There's no one day everyone's in. And so typically companies are just leaving the office space and just having it more empty. They're just saying, fine, it's just, empty. So we're not saving space, but that's not really the objective. And then finally, it's interesting. I'm not sure this is so much an issue for Norway because the language issue, but certainly certainly one of the things for American companies is the more remote you are, the more you can increase your radius of hiring. And as you go to fully remote, you can hire people globally. So I'm involved in a few startups. It's a very Stanford thing to do, to be connected to some startups, and mostly they're hiring like coders in Brazil or Argentina. And the reason is it costs half the rate. They're maybe 10% less good, but they're 50% cheaper. We're just going to do that. And so as you go more remote, you can get cheaper employees. So when you look at it, for most professionals and managers, getting people back 5 days a week doesn't really make sense, particularly Fridays. It really pisses off employees being dragged in on Friday. It doesn't seem to help for productivity. It just annoys them, no end. I just wouldn't do it. The choice here seems between hybrid, which is you get people in, say, 3 days a week, which is probably better for productivity, probably slightly better. Maybe employees on average are slightly happier. It's hard to tell, but it's more expensive. Versus fully remote, you get rid of the office, you save a lot of space, you hire people more globally. But these two are like strategy choices. This thing in econ speak is totally dominated. So full back in person 5 days a week is really dying out. I don't know if you've seen the media. Companies trying to get people 5 days a week for senior managers are struggling. It's not really happening. They theoretically are, but when they look at the swipe card data, it's just not happening. So what about thoughts on managing this? What's come up a lot? So by far the biggest debate right now is what's this battle between choice versus coordination. So I'd say I've changed my mind on it. I used to be, back in 2020, I'd tell companies, choice is a good thing. Employees like to choose which days they come in. You can imagine why, you want to fit in with your husband and wife's childcare or whatever, kids' sports or some other reason, so you like to choose the days. The problem is, when you interview employees and ask them, why do you want to come to the office? By far the overwhelming reason is basically work with co-workers, see them socially. So when you ask people what they get annoyed about, it's coming into the office to spend all day on Zoom and then going home. They're like, why did I commute? It's a total waste of time. Why would I come in all day to be on Zoom? I could do it at home. That kind of nudges towards coordination, and it feels maybe slightly heavy-handed, but what I have in mind is becoming quite standard, saying, look, we're just going to have, let's say, 2 anchor days, Tuesday, Wednesday. You can pick one third day, but on Tuesday, Wednesday, I want everyone in. We're all going to be in. For academics, it's not that unusual because we have seminar days, but for non-academics, sometimes this causes a bit of friction. It turns out increasingly that's where big companies are heading to. So if you look at 250-plus employee companies, they either in the red let each team choose, which is like Google. It says, look, you've all got to come in 3 days, but each team can choose. Or in blue, you just have a company policy. So Disney has everyone come in Monday to Thursday. You all work from home Friday. Turns out, blue and red, it doesn't matter that much. It's kind of like this fake, I don't know if people have kids, it's like fake. It's like when I think of when my 8-year-old goes to bed, it's like you can go to bed at 9 o'clock or 10 past 9. It's not really a choice, it's a fake choice. And it's kind of like that a bit with the red, because Friday is just a clear work from home day. So this is the share of work from home on given days. You can see Friday has just become the total dominant work from home day. In fact, Steve Roth, who's the head of Vornado, one of the biggest real estate companies in the US, just said they've given up on Friday. It's like Friday's just a dead day. So now you're kind of like, if it's going to be Friday and one other, probably Monday, so there's not an enormous choice, but that's where things are. Another issue that comes up a lot is over enforcement. So we ran the same survey but we asked 500 senior managers and a few thousand employees the same question. So he said, what happens when an employee stays home on office days? When you ask senior managers, there's a lot of kind of chest beating, and they say, well, we get tough. We threaten to terminate them if they don't turn up, or negative, performance review or reduction in pay, or we actually fire them if they don't turn up on their in-office days. We then asked employees the same answer, and the most common answer is nothing. So there's clearly a complete disconnect. And so one of the other issues that comes up is, generally, if you choose office days, I would try and enforce them. It's very annoying, again, in kind of econ speak. If there's 6 of you coming in, 1 person works from home, the other 5 come in. If you're having a meeting with all 6, you've now got to go into a room, get on Zoom, connect them in, or you've all got to go to your own laptops. And it's kind of like, why did the 5 of us come in? Because I'd say it's me. I've stayed home because it's the Champions League game I want to watch. I'm home. I'm not coming in. It generates a negative spillover. So 2 other things that I go on to impact in the economy. One is, I have to just stop back and say, BI has like an amazing building. I was just, Karen and I were talking. It's a fantastic, lovely building. So you're totally in the right place on this. But there's a lot of companies I visit that have office space that looks like this on the left. I didn't actually want to insult any company. So the one up top left is from Mad Men. It's not a real office. It's a screenshot. This is from a stock catalog of secondhand furniture. But I've walked around many companies, seen a lot of this, like empty cubicle land. Just nobody sitting there. The reason is, this is what used to be called library function offices. So if you think of BI, be the same. Stanford has tons of libraries on campus. I can't remember the last time I saw a student actually take a book out of a library. They're full, but they're full of people going to work quietly. People used to do that kind of in the office before 2020. They don't anymore. If you want to quietly work now, you just basically do it at home. So offices now are much more heading towards meeting areas, open plan space, plus this what's called Zoom cubicle. So the reason this thing is here is people tend to shout into Zoom calls, and you don't want them doing it in an open plan area. Or I spoke to a company that makes sensors that go in meeting rooms. They're really fascinating. They can sense how many people. They said, you won't believe how many companies of really big meeting rooms, there's just one person for like hours blocking the whole thing up because they're on a Zoom call. So have little booths to kind of get them out. The other thing is the importance of performance reviews. So how many people here have heard of Marissa Mayer? Has anyone heard of Marissa Mayer? So maybe this might be a US thing. So I'll give you the backstory. Marissa Mayer, she was the CEO of Yahoo from 2012 to 2016. She was most famous because she banned work from home in 2013. And actually, I contacted her and ended up interviewing her for a while and asking what happened. I think her decision was correct. I think her PR department and marketing was a disaster. So when I spoke to her, she said, oh, God, it was like the worst week of my life. Some memo she'd written internally banning work from home was leaked to the media, hit the New York Times. She had like a week of kind of hiding in a house from the media. She explained what went on. She said, look, when I was in Yahoo, when I took over, they didn't have any good performance review data. So if Anders is my boss, the only way he can manage me is he can see if I'm at the office, I'm up at my desk typing away. When he walks by, is it Word or Excel, or is it, Netflix or, the Muppets or whatever? I'm like, Skype. And so that's management walking around. She said, it's okay. It's not great. It's kind of 5 out of 10, but it's doable in the office. You can physically see people. She said, the problem is when people work from home, you can't see them. So how do you manage them? Well, you have to evaluate, performance or output. She said, we discovered there's this group of people in Yahoo when I was doing this management review that were fully remote. And she said, well, how are we managing them? Because we can't see them. And I'd like to see the performance data. And apparently the team said, well, there isn't performance data. She's like, well, there must be something. I mean, how are these people being managed? And they're looking around, and eventually someone said, well, we have the logins for the laptops. She said, okay, well, let's see that. And Marissa said, well, when you looked at the login data, it turned out that some of them hadn't logged in for 2 or 3. And I thought she was about to say hours at a time. She said 2 or 3 weeks. I was like, 2 or 3 weeks? She's like, yeah, they probably had other jobs. They're probably basically doing 2, maybe. It was hard to know what was going on. And so she said, what you have to do is basically put in proper performance evaluation systems. It doesn't need to be ruthless, numeric, but, years ago I worked in McKinsey, and every 6 months we'd have a performance review, and it'd ask clients and customers and co-workers. I thought, it was tough, but it was reasonably fair, and you need something like this. So this is the other big thing that's turning out to be a big deal, is performance evaluation. So when people work from home, they're evaluated based on performance. So I'll finish. What about impacts on the economy? I'll give you 3. So one is what's been called the donut effect. So I'll start with the US data and show you something for Oslo. So for the US, we have this amazing data set from the United States Postal Service. So they have a free data set. They show change of address by zip code by month. Turns out the US Postal Service sells its database to mailing companies, to the people that send annoying adverts through the post, but they aggregate it and you can look at changes. And this is New York. And what you can see quite clearly is a lot of people left the city center, moved out to the suburbs. Why? It's kind of obvious. If you only need to go into the office 2 days a week, you want a home office, you can live further away. Turns out about 1 million people have left the center of big US cities, moved out to the suburbs. So that's relatively put rents down in the city center. In fact, apartment prices in San Francisco are down about 25% in real terms versus 20. They're down a lot. You've lost a lot of money if you bought apartments in central San Francisco or central New York. What about spending? It's also affected retail. So we've been working with MasterCard to look at spending through MasterCard credit cards. Same thing on the left. On the right, because MasterCard's a publicly listed company, we can't show you the levels of expenditure. What we can show is the difference of the city center versus the edge. That's on the right. This is for a global sample of 118 countries. I'll show you Oslo in a minute, actually, but this is just the global average. What you see is globally, city centers have seen about 10% less expenditure versus 5 to 10 miles out, about 15% less 20 to 30 miles out. So I actually spoke to the board of Panera Bread, who are like a big sandwich chain, and they said, city centers have done really badly, people are not going in as much, but the suburbs have done great. And so there's just been, it's not like spending is down, it's just shifted out, and it's part of the donut effect. Here's Oslo data. This is the MasterCard data. Oslo looks like it's pretty much recovered. Helsinki, Stockholm, there's still a bit of a donut. Copenhagen, I don't know what's going on there, but it looks like, if anything, the city center's booming. I don't know, I was just pulling this data off. We have it city by city. On average, most European cities are down a bit, some movement out to the suburbs. Second factor is, well, it's nice to take, a bunch of us went out for dinner, went on the metro last night. It was really nice to see. I'm like a subway tourist. So I went on the Oslo metro. In general, public transit is down. It's a pretty depressing state of affairs. So around the world, the types of people that took particularly train travel tended to be relatively middle-income office commuters. They used to go in 5 days a week. They're now going in 3 days a week. These metro rail systems are never very profitable. They're now losing a lot of money. I actually don't know what's going to happen. I think in the next 10 years, there's going to be a bunch of bankruptcy. I mean, Europe is in better state. The top one there is the New York subway. That right now has real crime problems, revenues falling. The bottom one, this is Caltrain, if anyone recognizes, this is the Bay Area. That ridership's down 50%. It's losing hundreds of millions. Within 5 to 10 years, I'm not sure if it will still be there. So this is one of the dark sides of it. But Oslo maybe and Norway may be better set up, but there are certainly going to be some downsides to this. To end on a more positive note, golf is up. If anyone plays golf, the reason I got this data is so many execs were like, well, the downside is I can't play golf anymore in the week. And I was like, okay, I don't play golf. So I started to work with an undergrad called Alex Finnan, who has access to what's called INRIX data. So if you drive a car with GPS, even if you don't turn it on, it tracks where you're going. They anonymize it, but they have journey data. They have about 150 million journeys a day. It's very easy to spot golf courses by space because from satellite, there are lots of green strips. So we define playing golf as a trip to a golf course that lasts between 2 to 6 hours. And in America, nobody walks to a golf course. They all drive. So it's a pretty good measure. And what you see is pre-pandemic, people play golf on the weekends. It's kind of quiet in the week. During the pandemic, it's flat. Now, I'm going to talk about golf, but you can think of any leisure activity, cross-country skiing, tennis, going to shopping malls. I've heard this from people that talked about going to the dentist, hair salons. All kinds of leisure stuff have kind of merged throughout the week. It's not just throughout the days, it's just throughout the hours. So here's golf playing. Pre-pandemic in the US, it was 8 to 9 a.m. I'm guessing people then went into work, maybe blame bad traffic or something if they were not playing very well. The red is during the kind of post-pandemic. The only reason it drops early afternoon is in the south of America. It's just so hot, you cannot play in the afternoon. So now what's happened is it's kind of interesting. People are less in the office, but leisure activity is like the economy's twisted. Office occupancy is crushed into 3 days, but leisure is much more spread out. And in fact, golf courses are absolutely phenomenally profitable because you think about it, you've got the same piece of land. you're not really paying any more employees. You're now running almost twice as many games through it. So to end, where's this going? I wrote a piece in The Economist saying it's a Nike swoosh, like we drop. We're now in this flat bit. In the long run, we're going to head back up. Why? One thing is just the technology is getting a lot better. So the long run work from home is clearly driven by better technology. There's loads of amazing new technology coming out. So I went to a dinner with some local VC, Mayfield. They're a venture capital company in the Valley, had a dinner about 6 months ago. I went to, and one of the people there was saying they have a startup literally trying to do this thing out of Star Wars. They're saying they're trying to do 3D holograms. They weren't there yet, but they say, there's a lot of amazing stuff that's coming in the pipeline. The other thing that's going to match in the long run is what I call cohort effects. If you look, younger CEOs, younger firms tend to be much more remote friendly. 20 years time, 10 years time, they're going to be the famous CEOs in the media. They're going to be talking about this. So I'll end to say, work from home is clearly here to stay. This is the new normal. 2020, we're now stable. We've been stable actually for about a year. There's huge effects. For research, it's fascinating looking for, there's so many different things it's affecting right across the whole of social science. BI is perfectly positioned to look at this. I've been running this remote work conference for the last 2 years, and there's an incredible number of papers and research. They had one this summer that was fascinating. Somebody looked at burglaries. So it turns out that when people work from home, no one wants to break into a house. So there's somebody working in the living room. And so burglaries are down 50%, but the criminals haven't gone away. They moved into quieter city centers. So even criminals are paying attention to this. So I'll stop now and take questions. I'll put the slides up on LinkedIn. If any, feel free, like Anders, feel free to email them. I'm happy to share them, and you're happy to send them on. But yeah, I don't know about timing, but I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah. I've silenced everyone with the scary stories about golf, I guess. Oh, yeah, thanks.
What's happening in developing countries, in Global South, in terms of this?
It's a great question. So we have the only two data sets. So there's the survey data I showed you with about 34 countries. There are some countries you have data for. So we did have Nigeria, Egypt, India in there. One of the problems is it's not clear how representative the surveys are. So their numbers look really high on work from home. And one view is in India, the people taking these are paid online surveys, by the way, and we do a lot of cleaning up of the data, but even so, you may worry, who's taking in India? 80% of the population is out in the rural areas. So that's harder to tell. The MasterCard data, we do have spending. I think Delhi's in there, Mumbai is in there. In these cities, you see some increase in work from home, a slight dip, but not as much, mainly because in the global south, the industrial structure and infrastructure isn't as good. So I spoke to a multinational. They said, for example, they have a lot of employees in Indonesia, but the internet's too unreliable to have work from home. The odd thing is the congestion in these countries is also truly awful. So if anyone's been to Jakarta, for example, it's like, Bangkok, it's like an hour. In Oslo, you're probably commuting an average half an hour. That'd be a typical American commute each way. In Jakarta or Bangkok or Mumbai, it's like an hour. So the benefits are huge. It's just the connectivity problem is low. But my guess is these countries follow. The thing that is really interesting is Asia. The countries I'm most surprised about is places like South Korea and Japan and China that have relatively low levels of work from home. Those, I think, are going to change because it turns out one of the other research areas where it looks like work from home is encouraging fertility because it's easier to look after kids if both spouses can work from home. Those are countries that have like major fertility issues. The governments there at some point, I think, are going to start promoting it and think, look, if for South Korea, our replacement ratio is like 0.9 per couple. We really want to have more kids. They're throwing money at it with tax credits often for having children. Suddenly there's this alternative policy to just promote work from home. It's like 10x as effective. Probably makes people happier. So I think this thing is coming for the global south, but for development and cultural issues, it's been slow. Yeah, would like data. I mean, this is why this is like, it's this weird, we were talking over dinner last night, it's a weird environment whereby everything changed really fast. And so academics have turned out to have quite an important role in providing advice to companies, just providing data on where things are. That would be one area. We to be honest, don't know that much. Actually.
Thanks, that was a fantastic presentation. And so interesting, lots of thoughts going on right now. And I'm quite intrigued by the very small reduction that you found in office space, because it's so costly, so that you would have thought that that would be, you'd find ways to work more efficiently with the space that you need, and you're showing how you think the workspace is going to change in the years to come. And so maybe you can work with more efficient spaces and probably also smaller places, smaller space. So how do you think that's going to look in the future?
Sure. So
I just would have thought that it would go down.
No, you're totally right. So the reason, so footfall's down about 50%. Office spaces may be down like 10 to 20. So it's not down. It's execs are frustrated it's not down 50% too. Where does the 10 to 20 come from? It comes from partly some jobs have just gone fully remote. So when I think back to I worked in the finance ministry with the treasurer in the UK under Gordon Brown years ago. And I remember there in McKinsey, and previous employers, a lot of the fully remote jobs are like HR, now fully remote, like HR, payroll. These were in those windowless rooms in the center. Those people have gone, so some of that space has disappeared. There are some shifts, like Stanford, for example, has had some flexibility, but it turns out no one wants to come in on Friday. So now you have this problem that it's like empty Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all night. It's kind of quiet on Monday. You have a real peak loading problem. And actually, my guess is 5 years from now, people have figured out better scheduling. In fact, one company I'm working with is using kind of AI tools to say, if you normally come in with these 3 people, but it's hard is the problem. I don't know if, you must have had the same thing. It's actually really hard because you've got to tell people to come in which days, but. How have you taken it? You've done it you've gone to the clean desk. Yeah, that's where things are heading, I think. If you can organize, it's hard to do it, but if you can get there, yeah.
We need to change and refurbish the office space so that it can be worked better.
Yeah. But I'll take one more question. Yeah. Oh, yeah, thanks. But it's great you asked that. Pre-pandemic, the topic was always about saving space. When I used to talk to companies about work from home in like 2015, it was always fully remote and we'd get rid of the office. Now it's totally changed to basically recruitment and retention. And it's just a different objective. But.
Yeah, so great, really interesting talk. I'm curious, you've mentioned VC a lot, and I'm curious if I don't know if you have it in the data, but if you're seeing some of the work from home changes and trends within that part of the industry, guys who are famous for going on planes all the time and meeting in person all the time. So I'm curious if you've seen anything with that.
Yeah, so I'm blanking on the name. Oh, geez, I feel embarrassed. So somebody she's in Paris, she came and presented in 2022 in the remote work conference, showed that the radius that VCs are investing has moved out to some. So there used to be, it had to be, 1 or 2 hours drive from Silicon Valley. I don't know how much people know the Bay Area, but Stanford is really crazy, and all the undergrads, the MBAs, they all want to start up companies. So I've had a lot of undergrads, MBA students that have all, it used to be 20 years ago, their dream jobs were like Goldman Sachs and McKinsey. Now, they're not. They're like, I want to start my own company, but they tend to stick locally, and the VCs would not fund anything they couldn't drive there and back in about half a day. Now that radius has moved out, but not completely. So they are less locally focused. The other thing I've noticed that's interesting is the VCs are very different towards their view on startups, whether they're remote or not. So some of the VCs say it's good for startups to be remote because it saves on cash and it enables them to hire people. So I'm involved as an advisor to a few, and mostly they have no Bay Area employees. Others will say, look, once you hit 5, 10 employees, we want you to start coming in because I only trust people are going to work hard. And I think their view is when there's 2 or 3 of you, you're like super motivated. It's your money. You own a third of the company. You're going to work like crazy, whatever. Once you get to 10 or 20 people, you're hiring people that don't really have much equity, and you want to have them there in person and to make sure they're working hard. But it actually turns out to be a hard transition. One of the things they struggle with is companies growing like this. It's fully remote. you discover you've got employees globally. You now say, I want to go to hybrid. Like, how do you do it? It's really hard. So what they tend to do is suggest, well, for the next 2 years, you hire around one city, and then you move to 1 day a week. And I don't know if people saw the media around Zoom. So Zoom, has got itself into a bit of a pickle about, it's a classic. Most of its employees were local, but some had moved away. But yeah, VC is more remote. I'd say it looks a lot like the rest of finance. They're typically coming in 3 days a week. But yeah, thanks very much. I should stop, and yeah, thank you.
So thank you so much for a very inspiring and thoroughly interesting talk. As you know, we would normally have Catherine Spear, Professor of Law at Harvard University, with us today as well. And as Harold already said, she had to cancel at the last minute. And she very much regrets that she cannot be here, but she really promised that she would as soon as she's able to travel again. So keep an eye on that, and we wish her a speedy recovery. With that said, this concludes the first ever research day here at BI. We hope we can make this a tradition and do this at regular intervals. We keep you posted on that. So I would like to thank all of today's speakers, our new honorary doctors, and many colleagues for their excellent talks. Thank you all to all of, and too many to name, all the people at BI, all the colleagues who helped put together this event. These were many, many people. Thank, of course, also to all of you who came here on a Friday, which is not the day where... so thank you, everyone in the audience. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I did. And finally, I'm looking forward to see at least some of you for tonight's celebration dinner, and if you have to be there, you know that. So dear friends, guests, and colleagues, on behalf of Karen, Harold, and the entire BI, thank you for joining us here today, and I think it's a decision. See you next year.